Councillors, thank you very much. If we can settle down so that we can commence.
Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, we are resuming on motions, which is the 6th item. Looking at the elevated motions, motion 13, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to conduct an audit on the number and location of all statues and streets which represent apartheid legacy.
I will now call the proposer of motion 13, Councillor Rasrute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the African proverb says, until the lions have their historians, tales of the hunt shall always glorify the hunter. In this case, majority of black people in South Africa were not given an opportunity to decide on how the traumas caused by apartheid are supposed to be dealt with. To address the brutalities caused by apartheid, Truth and Reconciliation Commission was introduced by the post-apartheid government. However, it did not bear much fruit except for granting amnesty to the oppressed who needed it so bad that they had to reveal some information. In terms of legislation and policies, affirmative action, broad-based black economic empowerment are amongst the policies which the post-apartheid government introduced to address these for the intended outcomes. Instead, they introduced the question of class inequality among black people and further exacerbated the belief that there are spaces which are exclusively reserved for white people. As known and acknowledged by many South Africans and people all over the African continent, the world at large, the mighty economic freedom fighters is the only political party whose ideological outlook faces racism head-on, using Marxism, Leninist, and Fanonian ideological sense. We have come to appreciate that the honest diagnosis of societal problem, we ought to acknowledge that colonialism, imperialism, as well as apartheid in South Africa's context contributed immensely to majority of the issue we are faced with. Seeing statues of apartheid related, street names on the street of Johannesburg increased trauma for a black child. This is what we get from majority of black people we interacted with on daily basis while doing groundwork as the EFF. This needs to be faced heads-on, as uncomfortable as it is. Councillors of Johannesburg, We need to have a courageous conversations about the effect of apartheid on psychological health of a black child. We need to put our egos, ethnicity, privilege, culture, and class aside and listen to those who were on the receiving end of apartheid when they say apartheid name, symbol, etc. in public areas triggers the trauma caused by slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Facing this will definitely lead to discomfort, especially to those who benefited from apartheid. But we need to listen to the oppressed. Councillors, let's put race, class, and political affiliation aside and vote for this motion. Identifying and removing apartheid symbols in public spaces will be a very huge leap towards the healing of a black child. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you, Councillors. The motion is therefore carried.
We are now on motion 14, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council through its departments to conduct an audit of all unfinished Joshco stock and municipal houses, including BNG or RDP across the city, and report to Council within 90 days.
I will now call upon the proposer of the motion, Councillor Musehla.
Thank you, Speaker. The Bill of Rights is a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. The state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. Everyone has the right of access to any information held by the state and any information that is held by another person and that's required for the exercise of protection of any rights. National legislation must be enacted to give effect to this right and may provide for reasonable measures to alleviate the administrative and financial burden on the state. Everyone has the right to administrative action that is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. Everyone whose rights has been adversely affected by administrative action has the right to be given written reasons. National legislation must be enacted to give effect to this right and must provide for the review of administrative action by a court or, where appropriate, an independent and impartial tribunal. Impose a duty on the state to give effect to the rights in subsection 1 and 2 and promote an efficient administration. On environment, everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation and secure ecological sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. With lots of Joshco flats and houses as well as the BNG houses that are at foundation, window, roof, or any other level of building, the EFF would like to seek the following information from the Department of Housing, Joshco, and/or the Johannesburg Property Company. There are also vandalized flats and houses which are which are because of carelessness Negligence and Criminal Act. The EFF is seeking this information to help the city to save money, but also to increase housing opportunities in the city. The EFF therefore recommends the following for adoption by Council. 1, the City of Johannesburg, through the relevant department or departments, to conduct an audit of all unfinished Joshko stock and municipal houses, including the BNG or what is known as RDPs across the city, and report to this Council within 90 days. 2, Human Settlement Department to report to Council regarding the plan to repair and or finish building that are incomplete structures. Number 3, the city through the relevant department or departments to audit if there are occupants in these properties and verify whether these occupants have never benefited from these programs before. I so move. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you very much. The motion is carried.
Motion 15, recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to review the Extended Social Package Policy, abbreviated ESP, to allow for all the residents who receive government social grants to automatically qualify for free basic services.
Councillor Dlanjo, the proposer of the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing us this opportunity. I'm rising in terms of Rule 91.1 in terms of the rules of the Council. I, Councillor Mvuzo Sean Dlanjo, hereby propose the following motion to be debated in this beautiful House. Noting that, according to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a cornerstone of democracy and enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. Chapter 27(1)(c) guarantees everyone the right to have access to social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance. Section 1521(p) of the Constitution of the Republic mentions the provisions of services to communities in a sustainable manner as one of the 5 objects of local government. Number 4, every citizen has fundamental human rights and the right to human dignity. Number 5, due to the inequitable economic development policies of the past, centers on the brutal apartheid, approximately 1/3 of South Africans remain excluded from the mainstream formal economy. Believing that the City of Johannesburg must recognize its constitutional obligation to give priority to the basic needs of its community, which is to promote the social and economic development of the community, and to ensure that all residents and communities in the municipality have access to at least all basic municipal services. Having considered the factors stated above, we therefore request the Council to resolve that the City of Johannesburg Municipality reviews the Extended Social Package, ESP policy, to allow for all residents who receive government social grants to automatically qualify for free basic services. Recommendation number 2, to ensure successful implementation, the city must negotiate with the relevant treasuries, provincial and the national treasuries, as provided for the Intergovernmental Fiscal Framework Act and adjust its budget allocation to ensure that this mandate is funded. Recommendation number 3, the city to proactively update the ESP database to ensure that no pensioner is left out. We therefore call for this House to have conscience today and ensure that they support this motion, because it speaks to the poor of the poorest, the vulnerable and the disabled residents of the city. If you are a caring society, we must care for the disabled, vulnerable and unemployed. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you. The motion is carried.
Motion 16, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to conduct a feasibility study into the introduction of virtual doctor consultations in all city-run clinics.
I will now call the proposer of motion 16, Councillor Ntamba.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Roshidupazwan Nethamba, propose a motion in terms of Rule 94(1) of the Standing Rule and Order of Council, noting that 1, people wait in long queues of public clinics waiting for the doctors, and times they are turned away, told to come back later date when the doctor are available. 2, this is mainly because there is a shortage of doctors, as many doctors find themselves attending many clinics and hospitals. 3, all clinics in Johannesburg have access to internet, as the city has rolled out fiber. 4, private health services providers are already using the service of virtual doctor consultation to their clients. Believing that 1, the Bill of Rights stipulates that everyone has the right to have access to health care service, including reproductive health care, sufficient food and water, and social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance. Number 2, the Bill of Rights stipulates that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within the available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of the rights. Cardinal pillar number 3 of the EFF, non-negotiable cardinal pillar number 3 of the EFF, of the Economic Freedom Fighters, states that we must build a state and government that is capacitated. The recommendation is the city should conduct a feasibility study into the visual doctor, and the city must go to the clinics. Number 2, the report of the feasibility study must be presented to this council within 90 days. Number 3, if the feasibility budget must put aside for implementing the visual doctor consultation in all the city-run clinic as soon as possible. Number 4, the city must also develop a policy to govern this innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you. The motion is therefore carried.
Motion 17 is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to instruct the city manager to submit the terms of reference for the City of Johannesburg Disciplinary Board, which is established in terms of the municipal regulations on financial misconduct, procedures, and criminal proceedings, to council within 30 days.
Therefore, I will now call the proposer of motion 17, Councillor Radebe.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, one of the items on today's business is recommending for a write-off of 8.3 million of public funds, which were spent without adhering to relevant legislations and regulations. Annually, a write-off of billions of rands is recommended to council, despite the legislation recommending recovery as the first way of correcting unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. This council never receives any report which provides update on how much has been recovered from those who have spent public funds without following due processes. If anything, what we often see is wrongdoers resigning for municipality and secure another lucrative employment with the municipality. Why? This is the case despite the provisions of the Municipal Regulations, Financial Misconduct Procedures and Criminal Proceedings, which empowers municipalities to establish a disciplinary board which consists of not less than 5 members. This board is empowered to blacklist those who are found on the wrong regarding municipal finances for up to 10 years. This structure exists in paper in the city of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality. However, it is not effective. No one knows about its procedures or its work and so on. Moreover, a framework from which deals with consequence management for those who are found guilty of financial misconduct is in place, but we do not know whether it is implemented or not. We find ourselves having to write off billions of rands because these two important instruments for ensuring good financial governance and holding those that are in the wrong to account is not implemented. With appropriate implementation of existing legislations, regulations, and policies, City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality can achieve clean audits and improve service delivery. Councillors, we can all agree that we all strive for improvement of governance in this government. The significance of the importance is evidenced by the fact every government prioritizes good financial government. So our request as the EFF is that we all vote for this motion and change things around the city of Johannesburg. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you very much. The motion is therefore carried. Yes, Councillor?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I am happy that you finally gave me an opportunity to rise up on Rule 96, amendments of motions. There's amendments to that motion.
Give me 2 minutes to consult with legal on that. Thank you. Councillor, did you submit that amendment to the proposer and the seconder to agree to?
Yes, Speaker, according to Rule 96.2. Thank you.
We haven't received the amendment as legal from the proposer.
It was sent through, I'm not sure how it didn't reach you, Speaker, but the proposer of the original motion has received the amendments and they've been forwarded to you there. And if not, I would want to believe that it's somewhere there or maybe on its way. Check it with the Mpode.
Councillor, can we have that amendment signed by the proposer, please, and the amender? We don't have it here. Legal would like to look into it. Proposer of the motion, if there is no amendment, we're going to have to move on, please. Thank you.
Speaker, may I propose that as they are busy trying to fix their issue, that we maybe go to the next motion, then we can come back to the...
That's acceptable. We can do that. We have the amendment, but while they look at it, I would like that we move to the next motion. Thank you.
Motion 18 is it's recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to conduct a feasibility plan on the opening of Clinics Gate from 4 a.m. for safety of patients and the introduction of basic nutrition for patients spending many hours queuing for healthcare in their city's clinics.
I will now call the proposer of motion 18, Councillor Mufokeng.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise up to propose a motion in types of Rule 91.1, Rule 94.1 of the Standing Rule and Orders of the Council. Clinics in township around Johannesburg are overwhelmed as they service many people who are mostly poor. This led to the situation where patients find themselves queuing for healthcare over 5 hours. These patients often find themselves queuing outside the clinic facilities, as most clinics in Johannesburg clinics open around 7 o'clock. And this poses serious security risk for patients. Moreover, while spending such a long time on the queues, these patients often do not have anything to eat. Some of them have chronic and sensitive health conditions such as diabetics. As stated in the Bill of Rights, everyone has the right to life and access of quality health care, among other rights. With this background outline about, we as the EFF, we recommend that the Council adopt the following recommendation. The opening of the clinic's gate at 4 o'clock every day in order for the patient to queue inside the clinic yard and be safe from the criminals who roaming around the street. The introduction of the basic nutrition food for patients as they spend many hours queuing for the health care in the city clinics. In addition, as they conduct the facility and the study, feasibility study and adjust the budget, the leadership of the city of Johannesburg should look into the root causes: staff shortage, staff burnout, staff attitude, shortage of medication, or of why and how did we get into these problems. This recommendation must be implemented in the line with the city policies and process, including the budgetary process and feasibility study. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? There's a hand. Yes, Councillor Ndana.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC would like to make amendments on the motion 18 of Councillor Patricia Mufokeng in terms of Rule 96.1.3, Standing Rules of Council. Recommendation on the motion.
Before you proceed, Councillor, we have not received those amendments.
They are being submitted.
You can't table them before we receive them. We have received the amendments for motion 17. Councillor Hadebe, the proposer of the motion. Councillor Hadebe will ask you to table again motion 17, and the amender will then table the amendment. Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when the proposer of the amendment stood, he said he is rising in terms of Rule 96, which is correct. But as we could see right in front of us, he was doing the amendment to the proposer of the motion in front of us. And that is in contradiction to Rule 96.3, which says at least an hour before, and you've only received it now. Clearly, this amendment cannot be carried. Thank you.
The amendments are typed and printed. I don't think they were done in front of you now. I'm not sure what was the delay, but here it is that was given to us. So I would like motion 17, please, to be tabled by the proposer. Yeah. Just told Councillor Ezenchuzuko.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. My surname is Echiozon Joku. Please, let's get it right. I just want to say, the motion that you brought us back to now with amendments was carried as is. I'm failing to understand the changes that you are accepting now after the fact. The motion was carried as it is, as per the initial listing by Councillor Khadebe. Why are we not following the rules in this house? Please, can we stick to the rules? The motion was already carried. The motion was carried as it was. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I allowed for the amendments, and I allowed that the motion must be tabled again with the amendments. And I would like to proceed. Motion 17, can you table motion 17 and the amended tables?
I don't know what's wrong with her if you're checking health-wise, but she's green.
Councillor Khadebe, are you going to table the motion again? We need to move.
I'm looking for my original motion, yes, Chairperson, a little bit. Okay. It's not this one, this one, the amendment. There. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. The motion goes like this. I, Councillor Untitled Chapter.
You're protected.
Propose the following motion in terms of Rule 89, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Noting that, 1, the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality records billions in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure at the end of most of its financial years. 2, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee received reports recommending a write-off of billions of rands in UIFW every year. Number 3, despite Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003, stipulating that municipality recover unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, we hardly get any reports stipulating the amount of money recovered, let alone the consequence for those who have done wrong. 4, the City of Johannesburg disciplinary report is not functional. 5, the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality Consequences Management Framework is in place. However, there are no reports which show how it has been implemented. Believing that there are legislations, regulations, guidelines, and policies which manages financial irregularities in the local government sector in South Africa, legislations and regulation policies are the guidelines which govern finances in local government. It must be implemented fully. We therefore recommend that, number 1, the city manager must submit the terms of reference of the City of Johannesburg disciplinary report, which is established in terms of municipal regulations of financial misconduct procedure and criminal proceedings to this council within 30 days. 2, that the city manager submits quarterly reports of the disciplinary board to this council detailing the work board without fail. 3, the office of the city manager report which is submitted to this council include a detailed account to how the consequence management framework has been implemented during the period under review. That is the original motion, and The amendment, I don't know if you want us to read the amendment, Madam Speaker. Dada? Madam Speaker? Oh, it's them that are going to read the amendment.
Thank you very much. Can we have the proposer of the amendment, please, to read out the amendment?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Marema, please table your amendments.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm glad that you have given me an opportunity to table the amendment. I see Amendment 4, that the City of Johannesburg use the correct legal accepted terminology and section in terms of MFMA as per National Treasury Regulations and Council Report of the 26th August 2021. Furthermore, that the City
Councillor
of...
Marema, there's a point of order, I believe. Please take your seat. Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 96, which clearly states that the proposer must accept the amendments. The proposer spoke twice and has not one mentioned that she accepted the amendments, and now you're allowing from the floor for an amendment to be made. The second thing is, in terms of Rule 96.3, you have just received this amendment now. That is not within at least an hour. Can you please advise us on the correct process? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christians. Can you proceed with that? And I will come back to Councillor Christians. Can you proceed with the amendment?
Yeah. Yeah. Ish, another hand is threatening me there. Intimidating me, sorry. Ish. Okay.
Councillor Marema, give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm taking counsel on what Councillor Christians has said. Thank you. I'll come back to you. Please hold on.
Marema is intimidated.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Christians is correct. The rules do say that. So we'll go back to those motions.
Welcome
We
to
can
Joburg.
either proceed with the original motions or you withdraw those 2 motions, please, because we cannot proceed with the amendments at this stage. Thank you.
Yeah, growing.
Proposer of motion 17, Councillor Radebe. We will not accept the amendments. You need to advise whether we withdraw or proceed with the motion as is.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF would like to proceed with the motion as it is.
Councillors, is motion 17 as is agreed to? Thank you. The motion is carried. Motion 18, the proposer, we will not accept the amendments. Could you kindly indicate if you want to proceed with the motion as is or you withdraw the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. As EFF, we move like that with the motion. I thank you.
Is motion, councillors, is motion 18 carried? Thank you. So motion 18 is carried. Thank you.
Councillors, we are done with the elevated motions. We are going back to the first motion, which is motion 1, a vote of no confidence against the whip of council, Councillor T. Myers.
Ziyakhala manje. Ziyakhala.
Thank you, councillors. The proposer of motion 1. Councillor Delange.
Thank you for recognizing me. Can I please ask for a 15-minute caucus break? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll grant the 15-minute caucus break, so we will be back.
Speaker. Speaker. Can all political parties please take it?
Speaker, can we all take caucus break? All political parties.
Councillors, I have granted the 15 minutes caucus break.
Not the
All
speaker.
political parties, please be back. What is 15 minutes from now? 10 to 3. 10 minutes to 3. Can we all be back? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. If we can settle down, we're ready to commence.
Welcome back, councillors. We are resuming on item 6, which is motions, and we are on motion 1, which is the vote of no confidence against the whip of council, Councillor T. Mayers.
Before we proceed, there was a caucus that was requested here. Councillor Franco Delange.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for indulging us. Speaker, just a caucus decision, and I want it to be minuted in the transcripts and within the minutes itself. Speaker, your job is not easy, and it's not going to get easier. My colleagues at the EFF used to educate the previous Speaker, Vasco da Gama, on a constant basis. They used to say, let the EFF educate the people. Speaker, the flow of the motions that came in currently, I just want to put it on record. The process was flawed. You cannot expect programming to supersede the rules within council. Programming doesn't have the authority to supersede those rules. So if we can just put that on record, Speaker, that we are not happy with the flow of the motions. My caucus is not against motions. We've used them successfully in many, many years, but we have to follow the process to make sure that these motions wouldn't come back later to bite us in the behind. And then, of course, Speaker, we can't set a wrong precedent. Going forward, the term is still very long, so that is just feedback from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We now have 267 councillors that have signed the register. 263. Thank you. The proposer of motion 1, Councillor Mgcina.
My problems are many. Thank you, Speaker. I stand to, there's an echo. Madam Speaker, I stand to propose a motion of no confidence against the whip of council, Councillor Terrell Mayers, and recommend that the motion of no confidence against the whip of council be passed by council, as well as that upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the whip.
There's a hand there. Can I please acknowledge that? Councillor, please proceed. I can't see your name from here.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we have the Jojo tanks water, please?
Can we have water circulated to the councillors, please? Protocol. Councillor Mgcina, please proceed.
Yes, thanks once more, Madam Speaker. I was further saying that I therefore recommend that the motion of no confidence of against the whip of council, Councillor Terrell Mayers, be passed by council, and also that upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the whip of council be filled in accordance with the applicable legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to?
Agreed. 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 Agreed.
Thank you, councillors.
Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Thank Thank you.
Agreed. Agreed, Speaker.
Councillors. Thank you, councillors. We will now debate the motion. I will call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Dami.
Thanks, Speaker. I, Councillor Brenda Dami, I move for the secondment of the recommendation of the vote of no confidence on. Can I start? Can I start, Speaker?
Please proceed.
Thank you. I, Councillor Brenda Dami, I move for the secondment of the recommendation of the vote of no confidence on the Speaker, on the whip, on the whip of chairs. Thank you.
Councillor Dami, thank you very much.
Agreed.
Councillor Alexander.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Dami.
Do you note the correction?
Did you note the correction, Speaker? I've corrected. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you very much. What we have here today is a motion under the guise of no confidence. But we all see it for what it is, a corrupt government driven by power and greed. If fit for purpose was the deciding factor, we would not be here today. The Chief Whip has performed his duty excellently, inclusively and consultatively. This is straight out of the handbook of the government, focused on position, money, and power. This is not how we serve the residents of Johannesburg. This is not how we hold the executive to account. A strong legislature is key for any government who delivers. And a strong legislature is what, under Chief Whip Tyrell Myers, has delivered. We do not support this motion.
By show of hands, please raise your hands quietly, and I will allow the legal team to now count the hands. Thank you, councillors. You can now drop your hands. Those that disagree, the noes, please raise your hands quietly. Let's allow the legal team to count.
Tshama hansi Ian.
Thank you, councillors. You may drop your hands, just waiting for the numbers to be tallied. Abstentions. When you're ready, let me know. I will call for abstentions now, just 1 second. All those abstaining from the motion, kindly raise your hands. Anyone abstaining? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The numbers are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, 135. Those against the motion, 126. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you.
On the second motion, motion 2, vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Rules Committee.
Speaker.
Councillor Christians?
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 84. May I continue?
Yes, continue, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like the recording of our opposition vote against this motion. With less than a week to go, this motion could have come then, and it's at the expense of over 500,000 of residents' money. Thank you.
Acting Secretary, can we proceed with the second motion?
Why did you vote?
Councillors, on the second motion, it's a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Rules Committee, Councillor M. van Wyk.
I will now call the proposer of motion 2, Councillor Chitsanga.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I stand on a motion of no confidence against the chairperson of the Rules Committee. In January 2022, Council confirmed the various Section 79 committees and elected respective chairperson. All these committees has a responsibility in accordance with their respective terms of references. The Rules Committee is one of the standing committee of Council which has responsibility, among others, to make recommendation to Council on the following issues: development, amendment, substitution of the standing rules and orders of Council, and development of and review of policies concerning councillors. In December 2021, Council approved a report for Rule Committee to commence a process of reviewing the standing rules and orders of Council. Notwithstanding that, the standing rules and orders of Council intend the main to enable Council to fulfill its constitutional responsibility by, amongst others, promoting the orderly conduct of Council in its committee, promoting the ability of Council to conduct its business, overseeing the executive facility public participation, and facilitating debate and discussion. Rule 1.4 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council clearly states that these rules must read in conjunction with any relevant national legislation and constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The key factors of the review of rules are for the Standing Rules and Orders Council to be aligned with the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act 2021, which came into effect on 1 November. Inter alia, the imposition of fines on councillors who fails to attend obligatory council and committee meetings, the whip of council as the office bearer, additional powers to the speakers of council, and prohibition of councillors who was found guilty of breach of code of conduct for councillors for a period of 2 years. Further to that, there are gaps in the rules that calls for new proposal. Amongst others is the rules addressing virtual and hybrid council and committee meetings and electronic voting. As a result, the African National Congress has lost confidence in the chairperson of the Rules Committee, Councillor Mishek van Wyk, as he failed to ensure that the standing rules and orders of council are reviewed by the Rules Committee as resolved by council. There has been several chaotic council meetings which in one instance were caused by gaps in the rules. It is therefore recommended that the motion of vote of no confidence against chairperson of Rules Committee, Councillor Mishek van Wyk, be passed by council. That upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy of the position of chairperson Rules Committee be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Thank you. I will now call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Mabuki. My apologies, Councillor Ndlela. I'm looking at the wrong motion. Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Makosazana Ndlela, moved for the secondment of vote of no confidence against the
Councillor
chairperson of
Ndlela, there's a hand. It could be a point of order. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, earlier on, the councillor from the Freedom Front raised the issue about the dates on some of these motions. This is one of the motions that have come to council, which does not go in line with the rules of this House. Can you please advise whether we're going to continue with
Councillor.
an unlawful motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ndlela, please proceed.
Can you give us the ruling first? You must give us the ruling first.
Thank you, Speaker, again. I, Councillor Makosazana Ndlela, second the motion of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Committee, Councillor Van Wyk. Thank you.
Councillor, please proceed. I can't pronounce your surname, so I'll just call you Councillor for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 72. I'm rising on a point of order on you. There was a previous councillor, Councillor Christians, who asked you to make a ruling on the timelines and whether you're going to proceed with timelines that were outside of what the rules say. And you didn't make a ruling, you just proceeded. Can you please make a ruling on that? Thank you.
I made a ruling by proceeding. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Masuku, please rise.
Thanks. Good afternoon, councillors. Madam Speaker, I would like to request that this august house not be abused, because as councillors, we conduct the business of council based on a programming meeting that would have set. Programming would have set, and political parties are represented in programming, and therefore items that are here were processed in programming, so we cannot be abused by councillors who probably did not do their work or were absent in programming, whatever is the issue. We are here to conduct business of council as agreed in programming. I thank you.
Councillor Peterson. Councillor Peterson from the DA. It's your turn to make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. What we have here today is a corrupt government driven by power and greed. If fit for purpose was the deciding factor, we would not be here today. The expense are at the residents' costs, and it will be incurred today for this unnecessary council meeting.
Councillor Peterson, the councillor has a point of order. Yes, councillor, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak today, Madam Speaker. You are the duly elected Speaker, indeed. Rule 94(1). A councillor who wishes to introduce a motion must submit a signed copy of the motion to the Secretary to Council for placing on council agenda 14 days prior to a council sitting. The council rules, the programming committee cannot supersede council rules. This is the standing rules and orders of council. I would like you to place for the record and read it into the record that you are allowing a motion that has not met the requirement as per this rules of council, and you are proceeding and allowing illegal motions to come through. Thank you.
I think
Speaker.
we will allow
Speaker.
the DA councillors that sit in programming to inform their caucuses, please. Can we proceed with Councillor Peterson?
Speaker.
Councillor Peterson, please proceed.
Thank you.
Councillor Knott?
Speaker, with all due respect, you are the presiding officer in this House, and it is up to you to make a ruling on this matter and to read it into the record. It's not for our caucus members to tell us what happened at programming. Please, can you read it into the record what your ruling is? Thank you.
My ruling is that we proceed, hence I'm asking Councillor Peterson to proceed. Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Peterson, can you proceed? Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Ahmad?
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to remind the councillors for the technicalities that the motion are deliberated in programming. When the motion is admitted in council, we need to debate the contents of the motion.
We have closed it. I have made my ruling. We are proceeding.
Thank you.
If it's not a different point, can Councillor Peterson be given an opportunity to debate on this motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The question we asked was why the haste for this meeting when we have a scheduled meeting next week? This is straight out of the handbook of government, focus on position, money and power. This is not just serving Joburg or holding the executive to account. A strong legislature is key for a government who delivers. We do not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chitsanga, can you close the debate for us?
Speaker.
Councillor van der Skel.
Speaker, will you please allow our Councillor Nkomo to also have a say?
Thank you, Councillor. I actually received the amended one. I didn't... Yes, Councillor Nkomo, I did receive that list. Thank you. Councillor Nkomo, please speak and we'll ask the proposer to close the debate again.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocols observed. As Action SA, we do not support this motion against Councillor van Wyk for the following reasons. Councillor van Wyk has been fair to everyone in the committee. He has allowed everyone in the committee to engage freely, and he has promoted the fact that the Section 79 committee is an oversight committee, and that the committee only has one goal, and that is to hold the executive to account. And he had already started the process to amend the standing rules of council. Correspondence was sent to political parties via the coordinator of rules and via the chief whips of the various political parties, and none of them sent through their proposed amendments on time. So this motion is baseless and should not even have been tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will ask the proposer to once again close the debate. Councillor Chitsanga, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to note the speakers and continue with the motion of no confidence with, for the Councillor van Wyk. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now put the motion to a vote. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses, kindly raise your hands quietly. We allow legal to count the hands.
Man.
Ginger.
Abstain. Or unseated. Yes.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Can we kindly, councillors, we are still voting and we need your cooperation and silence. Can we kindly have all the noes quietly raise your hands and allow legal to count? Those against the motion, thank you. Anyone abstaining from this vote? Any councillors that are abstaining, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, none abstaining. Anyone abstaining? Did I miss that? Thank you, councillors. Those in favor of motion 2, 1, 3, 6 councillors. Those against motion 2, 1, 2, 6. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising in terms of Rule 84. May I continue? Thank you. In recording our opposition, I'd like this House to note that the date on this motion is the 12th of November. Today is the 12th of October. Today's date is the 20th of October. And in terms of Rule 94.1, for motions to be placed on an agenda, it should be 14 days prior. We should have taken it to the 6th of October. So that is why we're not.
Thank you,
October. That is why we are not supporting this unlawful motion. Thank you.
I've already ruled on that. I will now proceed with the next motion. Acting Secretary.
Councillors, we are moving to motion 3, which is vote of no confidence against the Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, Councillor G. Naymond.
I will now call the proposer of the motion, Councillor Mnyameni.
Greeting, Chairperson, and greeting to the Executive Mayor of the Progressive Party. My name is Mongameli Mnyameni. I stand to table the motion of no confidence against the Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, Councillor Jean Niemand, who has failed dismally to ensure that the committee execute its duties and in a fair and partial manner. Councillor Niemand postponed the meetings without providing a valid reason, therefore failing to provide ethical leadership and failing to ensure the smooth running of the committee. It is therefore recommended that this sober council to pass the motion of no confidence against the Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, Councillor G. Niemand, be passed by this council. And upon passing this motion, the vacancy of this position of Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee will be filled in accordance to the Rule 24 of the Standing Rule of the Council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Mabuke. Councillor Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, I, Councillor Tambura Abraham Mabuke, do second the vote of no confidence motion against the Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee, Councillor Jean Niemand.
Thank you, Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In opening, I wish to make it clear that the DA does not support the motion of no confidence in the Ethics and Disciplinary Chair, Councillor Gert Niemand. Councillor Niemand is an upstanding chair who has chaired our committee professionally, objectively, and in an unbiased manner, and he has done an outstanding job at it. A strong legislature is key for a government who delivers, and what we have here today is a corrupt government driven by sheer power and greed. This is not about serving the residents of Johannesburg, holding the executive to account. This is merely the coalition of corruption focusing on positions, money, and power. Why the haste? We have a scheduled sitting for next week. The expense of the residents that the residents are incurring for today's unnecessary meeting is unacceptable. The Speaker spent her budget as a chair of chairs and is now trying to spend the Speaker's budget as quickly as possible. It's a budget, not a target. If fit for purpose was the deciding factor, we would not be here today. The reasons noted in the motion for the removal of Councillor Niemand as chair are refuted by us and is a thinly veiled attempt to make up reasons to have him removed. The DA does not support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Ran. Councillor Nyameni, can you kindly close the debate?
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks. I yet stand to agree vehemently by the motion that is being seconded by the General Mabuke, that the motion against the failed, dismally unethical Councillor G. Niemand be carried by this sober council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. We'll now put this motion to a vote. Those in favor, those that agree with the motion, kindly raise your hands. Legal assistance, please.
Siyakhala.
Nawe khala nazo.
Mabaso, phakamisa isandla. Mabaso phakamisa isandla. Abakufuna belungu mbula zomnyama.
Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Those against the motion, the noes, kindly raise your hands. Somebody switch off that, please. Whatever is playing, can we please switch it off? Thank you, councillors. You may drop your hands. Do we have any councillors that are abstaining from the vote? Please drop your hands. The noes, drop your hands. Thank you. Any councillors abstaining from the vote? Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, 136. Those that are against the motion, 126. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Yay! Wonke umuntu ukuvile ukuthi bahlanganise izimoshini. It's in light futhi. Khona umphumela.
Almost other people, chairperson, presidents.
There isn't enough cake. There isn't enough cake so that everyone can get a slice.
Can we have the sound fixed here, please?
Councillors, we are on motion 4, which is vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Community Development Committee, Councillor N. Sifumba.
I will now call the proposer, Councillor Mazibuko.
Speaker, I rise as Councillor Nompumelelo Mazibuko. Respectfully withdraw the motion. We have full confidence in the chairperson, Councillor Sifumba.
Thank you, councillors. We accept that motion 4 has been withdrawn. We now move to motion 5.
Motion 5 is a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services, Councillor C. van der Wyk. Van der Skeef, sorry.
I will now call the proposer of motion 5, Councillor Nguse.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just quickly observe the protocol. I, Sihle Nguse, notice of a motion in terms of the standing rules and orders of council. Kindly take note that in terms of Chapter 7 and in particular Rules 89 and 94.1 of the standing rules and orders of council, the proposer hereby submits the motion, the following motion.
Councillor Nguse, there's a hand. Please kindly sit. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of 94.1, can you please rule in terms of this one? This one was dated the 13th of October, which is less than 14 days. Can you please rule on it? Thank you.
Thank you. I rule that the motion proceeds. Councillor Nguse, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. A motion of vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services, Councillor Karen van der Skeef. The background, Councillor van der Skeef has failed in her duties as the chairperson of the committee to ensure that the committee conducts oversight in an effective manner on the performance of the Corporate and Shared Services Department. Councillor van der Skeef stifles debates during committee meetings, and she does not conduct the meetings in a manner that promotes democracy. It is recommended, Speaker, that a motion of vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Corporate and Shared Services, Councillor van der Skeef, be passed by this council. Number 2, that upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy of the position of the chairperson of Corporate and Shared Services Committee be filled in accordance with the Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Mofokeng.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Greetings to the Mayor. Greetings to our cousins, Lerato Ngwenya. She's our cousin in the ANC again. Speaker, you know, my great-grandfather was a traditional healer, and he never missed when he's throwing his bones. Sometimes last month or 2 months ago, I was sitting over there, and I reminded the DA that in the last term we gave you 3 years to run the city and you failed.
Councillor, you're supposed to second the motion, please.
No, I'm coming there, Speaker. We further said this term we're giving you only 9 months. And it happened exactly like that. Now, Speaker, I'm going to second. But
Councillor, we just need you to second the motion.
Okay, now let me second.
Thank you.
It's fine. I, Councillor Johannes Mofokeng from the African National Congress, support the motion of no confidence against the chairperson of GSSC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me place it on record right at the outset that the Democratic Alliance opposes this motion of no confidence in Councillor van der Schyff as the chairperson of the Corporate and Shared Services Committee. Let me also repeat what my learned colleague has pointed out, Councillor Christians, that this motion should not be heard by this House today because it does not comply with Rule 94.1, which requires 14 days' notice. And may I also just remind you, Speaker, that Rule 18.3 requires you to ensure that the rules of this House are observed. The grounds raised in this motion of no confidence are frivolous and baseless. Councillor van der Schyff has conducted the proceedings of the committee openly and in a democratic fashion and has allowed every party to fully participate in its activities. This motion serves no purpose other than to create room for the deployment by the ANC and its collaborators of their members. There has been no change in the composition of this council since the last occasion upon which the electorate indicated who'd wish to represent it in the council in the 2021 local government election. The numbers of elected councillors by party remain the same, yet this executive has changed. It is clear that the recent change in the executive did not come about because of any fresh and different mandate from the residents of the city. And indeed, if you ask residents of the city, not one person wants this current coalition of corruption to have taken over. Similarly, the residents did not ask for the chairperson of any committee, and indeed this committee, to be removed. This move is only in order to enable the current cabal of corruption to entrench its governing position by offering this chair as a reward to its supporters. It is not about serving Joburg or holding the executive to account. It is about patronage and abusing the local government system. That is to say nothing of the cost of this unnecessary council sitting to push through this motion, costs which the residents, already reeling under the onslaught of no power, no water, and sharply rising food costs, have to endure. We do not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngusa, can you kindly close the debate?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we do believe that the grounds raised have...
Councillor Ngusa, please wait. I may have missed the speaker. It was not for motion 4. Councillor Liebenberg. Okay, Councillor Liebenberg, kindly make your presentation. You were under motion 4. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, it's for motion 5. Goeiemiddag, mevrou die voorsitter. Goeiemiddag my kollegas en 'n hartlike goeiemiddag aan al die inwoners van Johannesburg. Groot was my skok toe ek verneem van die mosie van wantroue teen raadslid van der Schuyf as voorsitter van die korporatiewe en gedeelde dienste departement. Ons as Action SA ondersteun nie die mosie as gevolg van die volgende redes. Raadslid van der Schuyf was onpartydig gedurende vergaderings en sy het deurgaans geleentheid aan elke lid van die komitee gegee om sonder beperking bydraes tot die komitee te maak. Daar was op geen stadium enige limite of beperkings op raadslede se insette geplaas nie. Sy het 'n demokratiese bestel binne die komitee bevorder. Sy het ferm opgetree teen die uitvoerende bestuur van die verskeie departemente wat aan die komitee verslag gee, omdat hulle nie die reëls gevolg het nie. Ons ondersteun nie die mosie nie. Dankie.
Baie dankie, Councillor Liebenberg. Laat ons now proceed om te stem. Ons sal proceed om te stem. Those in favor of the motion? Oh yeah, no, we need to close the debate. No, we close the debate. Councillor Nguse, please close the debate.
Yes. Yes, speak.
Please put down your hands. Please put down your hands. We will stem shortly. Let Councillor Nguse close the debate.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. We strongly believe that the grounds submitted to this council are substantial against the chairperson of Group Corporate and Shared Services. Speaker, it is then pivotal that we bring the attention, this council to this attention that oversight is critical for good governance. And it is also critical for us to get the basics correct. The seconding of this motion stipulates or indicates the necessity and importance of this motion to be carried through. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nguse. Now, let ons begin met die stem. Those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Thank you. Councillors, please stop moving around when we're voting. Stop moving around. Just quietly raise your hands.
They're looking
Legal
for
one to
Jojo
count.
Deng, Speaker.
Mabaso, raise your hand. We'll give you MMC of housing back. DA, watch Mabas is raising his hand. Where's Pagati Mabas? Umsepi. Umntwana kaphinda angena ngeke ajabule Mabasa, uphakamisa Mabasa.
Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Those that are against the motion, the noes, kindly raise your hands. Thank you.
Speaker, they're giving Jojo tanks outside. I'll fuck them up.
He's still on. His mic is still on.
Mayor not. Mabasa is not raising his hand.
Stay. Huh? Ufuna ukukhuluma. Please stay. And this guy of ANC, they were right with this side. It's true.
Nkosi, raise your hand.
Aw, sesibulawa uwe mbulazi.
Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Are there any councillors that are abstaining? Please put down your hands. Please put down your hands. Thank you, councillors. Please put down your hands at the back. Thank you. Are there any councillors that are abstaining?
Yes, Mabaso.
Councillor raising the white. Are you abstaining? Okay, no abstentions. Thank you.
Who's abstaining that side? It's coming. Who's abstaining that side? Nobody. No abstaining. But the line. No, I saw someone. I heard someone coming. Oh,
Thank you, councillors. Those in favor of the motion, 135. Those against, 126. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Sinabulele mashava, sinabulele, sinabulele mashava.
Councillor Christians. Can you try the mic next to you if it's on? Councillors, please switch off your microphones.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. For the record, this motion is dated the 13th of October. Once again, it is not within the time frame of 14 days, which should have read the 6th
Thank
of
you,
October.
Councillor.
And that
I
is
think
why
you've raised that point
we are
before.
opposing this unlawful motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christians. Can we now proceed to motion 6? Thank you.
Otherwise.
Speaker?
Councillor, let me start with you at the back.
Speaker, just for everybody's benefit.
Councillor, I have not recognized. You have recognized Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Okay, Chair, can we please have a comfort break of half an hour, please? Some of us are getting desperate here.
Thank you so much, councillors. We will take a break for half an hour. What is the time now? 25 past 4. It means we'll be back 5 to 5. Thank you so much. 5 to 5, we'll be back. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are proceeding now with motion 6.
Welcome back, councillors. We are on motion 6, which is vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Economic Development Committee, Councillor Bingomo.
I will now call the proposer of motion 6, Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you, Speaker. MMC. Thank you. I, Councillor Tefo Rapadu, hereby stand here to put forward a motion of no confidence against the Chairperson of Economic Development, Councillor Bingomo. Love you. My friend, is unfortunate. We have to do such things.
Councillor Rapadu, can you just table the motion, please?
Yes, I'm putting a motion of no confidence against the chair, Councillor Bingomo.
Councillor Rapadu, please sit. There's a point of order.
There's a point of order.
Yes, please sit down.
Hebana.
Councillor Christians, proceed, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the custodian of respect in this House, can the MMC or the MMC appointed by, can he not walk in front of you and the Speaker? It's absolute disrespect. Can you please bring him to order?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, can we conduct ourselves in an orderly manner, please? Councillor Rapadu, I'm expecting you to table the motion. Thank you.
Yes, I thought you'd rule against the frivolous point of order that was tabled by Councillor Christians. But be as it may, I will abide by your ruling, Speaker. Thank you very much. As I've said, I hereby stand to put forward a motion of no confidence against the committee, chairperson of the Section 79 Economic Development Committee, Councillor Bingomo. Speaker, Section 79 committees are the custodians of oversight, and their key mandate is to perform oversight on the activities of respective executive department and its entities, which include the monitoring of their delivery and outputs. Speaker, Councillor Nkomo, as the chairperson of the Economic Development Committee, failed to provide leadership to the committee in ensuring that there is oversight in the committee and oversight is conducted in an efficient and credible manner. Speaker, Councillor Nkomo failed in his duties as the committee chair to ensure that the committee runs appropriately to hold the executive accountable. Councillor Nkomo also was derelict in in ensuring there's accountability and delivery of services to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. And there was failure in his part with regard. I'm being disturbed. Somebody's howling. Seriously.
Councillor Rapadu, you are protected.
Yes,
Please
no, it's
proceed.
fine. It's fine. And I know the councillor, it's disappointing that it's him. Failure in that regard equals failing the communities that elected councillors to be part of this council to service them. Speaker, based on the above mentioned issues, we have lost confidence in the chairperson of the Economic Development Committee, Councillor Nkomo. Therefore, I recommend that the motion of no confidence against the chairperson of Economic Development Committee, Councillor Nkomo, be passed by council. Secondly, that upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the chairperson of Economic Development be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder of the motion. The seconder of the motion, Councillor Bolani.
Speaker, Executive Mayor, I'm Tutuzeli Kutman Polani. I move for the secondment of the recommendation for the vote of no confidence raised against the chairperson of Section 79 Economic Development Committee, Councillor Nkomo. Madam Speaker, our resolve is based on this is a very critical component that drives economic growth in an economy, creating new job opportunities and facilitating and improved quality of life that includes increased access to opportunities created by economic growth for existing and future residents of the city of Johannesburg. Therefore, it is of no consequence on our part in passing this vote of no confidence motion, because Councillor Nkomo is not well oriented, equipped, and trained to be partial and biased on the side of the poor, the marginalized, and the working class. Here, in a contextualized way, we are for blacks in general, Africans in particular. Madam Speaker, not forgetting Councillor Stole, Tayas, Pagati, and Reddy. I say thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Guys. Councillor Rapadu, no, you didn't have to, and it was unfortunate that it was you who did it. Madam Presiding Officer, the allegations against Councillor Nkomo are at best vague, spurious, and if determined objectively, they would not pass muster. They're contrived. Councillor Nkomo is one of those councillors who exemplifies what the DA is all about. He's fit for purpose, and he's about good governance. You can disagree all you want. The truth of it is, and you don't want to see the truth, is that this is actually unjust. But it's not about the councillor, it's not about the chairman necessarily. In fact, what it's all about is that it's not even about the issues. It's about identity politics. And in this instance, getting hold of the levers of power and the levers of money like a one-armed bandit that will ensue from that in the city of Johannesburg. And this is a travesty of justice, Madam Presiding Officer, that this is happening. But be as it may, the residents out there will be made aware of this, and they will judge accordingly. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will ask Councillor Rapadu to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is unfortunate that Councillor Martin Lowe identifies and clearly states that Councillor Nkomo epitomizes fit for purpose for the DA, not for the residents of the city of Johannesburg. So it's clear. That's why in that manner we are removing Councillor Nkoma from the post, so that the residents of the city of Johannesburg can feel and get the services that they deserve. So as the person who's moving, I propose that we proceed, Speaker. I propose that we proceed with the motion as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. We'll now proceed to vote. Those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. The yeses, raise your hands. Councillor Dame, I would ask you to sit down, please.
Mabaso, IFP ETA manje ndoda. Mathembeka ngaka amazulu.
Hayi wena, respect.
Phakamisa mabaso, amazulu akubhekile.
Sisu ngapho wena.
IFP is in diversity, baba.
Wena walethwa isisu ngapho.
Apha ugcwele imali emakwikhwini wena.
Phayo njalo asiyamqondisa.
Amabutho akubhekile mabaso, umgilija akasi happy ngawe mabaso.
Ungagcina njalo uthintekile.
Thank you. You may put your hands down. Can we have those against the motion, the noes, kindly raise your hands?
Inkabi zami iziphelele shoda ngomabaso, mabaso beka isandla phansi inkabi yami, beka isandla phansi inkabi yami.
In the cookie jar.
What? What have they been told? But they've been voting with them.
Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors, please put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining, kindly raise your hands. Councillors that are abstaining. Are there any councillors that are abstaining? Thank you. The numbers are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses, 134. Those against the motion, the noes, 126. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on motion 7, which is a vote of no confidence against the Chairperson of Environment, Infrastructure and Services Committee, Councillor L. Ngobeni.
I will now call the proposer of motion 7, Councillor Marema.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I, Adolf Marema, son of the hunter. One rule that I have learned was that Masei Pumika Sidetele. I withdraw the motion.
Councillor Marema, you have withdrawn motion 7.
Thank you, son of the altar.
Thank you. The motion is withdrawn.
Moving to motion 8, which is a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Finance Committee, Councillor F. De Lange.
I will now call the proposer of the motion, Councillor T. Radebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to table a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Finance Committee, Councillor Franco De Lange. The chairperson of the Finance Committee, Councillor De Lange, manages the committee in a very authoritarian manner. The Councillor De Lange stifles debate during the committee meetings and only allows input on one committee member per political party. And thus the members are not able to effectively interrogate the executive reports and hold them into account. The Councillor De Lange has failed to ensure that the executive submits reports timelessly, and as it is, the committee has not received Section 71 reports for the period of May and June. It is therefore recommended, Madam Speaker, that the motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of finance, Councillor F. De Lange, be passed by council. That upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the chairperson of the Finance Committee be filled in accordance with the Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and the orders of Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed? I will now call the seconder of the motion, the seconder, Councillor Mudupi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the motion as tabled by Councillor Tapelo Radebe. Thank you very much.
Councillor F. De Lange.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I think today I'm going to be a bit naughty. Firstly, I had a look at the motion, and the seconder actually signed the motion before the proposer did it. 2 different dates, so I don't know, maybe he's a clairvoyant to see what the motion was all about. First problem with your programming committee. Secondly, I looked at this motion, and then I read it, and then I started reading it in Arabic style from right to left. And then I turned my laptop around. I couldn't understand it. Then I printed the motion, Speaker, and I read through it again, Arabic way and alphabetical Greek numerical way. I even turned the page around, and I see now it's blank. And I couldn't find the truth in the motion. Now for the new chairperson that's going to take over from me if this passes today, if you want to be the friend of your committee members, because I see here I'm authoritarian. Now, when you put in the position as a chairperson, as I mentioned many times before, you must be apolitical. You are nobody's friend. You are not the MMC's friend. You are not the official's friend. You must make sure that oversight gets done correctly through the separation of powers model in South Africa. So that is laughable.
Councillor De Lange.
Very interesting, chairperson. Is there a point of order?
Councillor De Lange, there's
Yes.
a hand. Can you kindly sit?
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Dami.
It's wasting our time.
No, Speaker, I was checking. I wanted to know where we are because I don't know where is Councillor talking about because we're on motions. What is debate all about now?
The speaker on his own.
Councillor De Lange.
I'm the speaker on my
please
own motion, thank you, Speaker, and I'm responding to the actual paragraphs here. Then I see the proposer and the seconder, Radebe and Madupe, They said that I stifled debate and that I only allowed one speaker from one political party. The problem is with those two councillors, for 7 months they didn't say a word, they were always covered. So they didn't take the opportunities that I granted them, and they know it's a lie. I start with the whips, and I said, whom from your caucus? Is because they don't have focus groups and they don't read the reports. They have no caucus, so they don't know who's going to speak. They don't know who's going to speak because they don't know themselves. Thank you. And then, Speaker, this Section 71 reports, oh my soul. If you don't even know, go speak to your new executive if they know what they're actually doing. Section 71 reports a data spring goes down the road here to the ANC legislator. They're supposed to take 20 days to respond, but they take 4 weeks. If you didn't remove the executive in your motion of non-confidence, they would have passed these reports and it would have served. But then there was a new executive, and guess what? They also didn't pass the Section 71 reports. So, shame, really. Then thank you, thank you, Speaker. If you want a transparent, fair, non-political, with the most experience in this whole council chairperson, you will not support this motion. If you want a doorstop that is going to be manipulated by the executive, then vote for the motion. Thank you.
Time up. Thank you. Councillor Rambani. Councillor Rambani.
So there, you have it. Smoke it now.
Chairman.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this motion exposes that the councillors from the ANC are liars.
Councillor Rambani, please.
I will not.
That language is not allowed here. Can you withdraw that? Can you withdraw from calling councillors liars? Councillor Rambani, please withdraw from calling councillors liars.
MMC.
Unless Speaker, if you have evidence to give us, can you withdraw from that language?
Speaker, Baya Hemba.
Councillor, please sit down.
Speaker, Banalimaka.
Please sit down, Councillor. Councillor Christians, your hand is up. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Rule 18.4 says, the Speaker of Council must protect freedom of speech and debate in the Council and its committees. Please allow him to explain why he said without cutting him off, because you are not protecting freedom of speech if you cut people off before they can explain. Please allow him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will not allow that language in the House. I've asked the Councillor to withdraw. Councillor Rambani, I'm giving you an opportunity to withdraw that word. You don't have to translate it in other languages. Can you withdraw that councillors are liars?
There is no any other language that says lie is a lie.
Therefore, sit down. Please sit down, Councillor. Thank you. Councillors, I'm not going to allow that language in the House. Councillor, you will not call other councillors stupid. Please. I'm going to ask Councillor Khadebe to close the debate now. Thank you.
Speaker.
You can't do that.
Councillor Khadebe, can you close the debate?
No. No.
Points of order.
Councillor Khadebe, please close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We note all the speakers, and we move with the vote of no confidence against the chairperson. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Khadebe. Thank you. Councillor Nott.
Hit
Chair or Arnold?
Speaker, again, with all due respect, if you're unhappy with the language that was used by Councillor Rambani, you have mechanisms available to you. What you cannot do is stop him from saying his speech completely. That is prejudicial, and it is not allowed in terms of our rules. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I will now proceed with the vote. Councillors, the debate has been closed. We are now going. Councillors, debate has been closed. You don't need to vote if you don't want to. Councillors, I'm not allowing hands. Councillors, I'm not allowing further hands. Those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. Those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Thank you.
By the spirit of Jezebel.
Legal, can you kindly count the hands,
Jezebel,
please?
I
Thank
bind
you.
Let him speak. Speak. Disgrace to the chair.
A lie is
A bully, a bully, a bully, a bully. And a total disgrace.
Nkabyama baso phakamisa.
Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. Those against the motion, the noes, please raise your hands. Thank you.
Mayor not. Mayor not.
Dit betekent niks in elk geval. They have an acrimonious relationship with the truth.
Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Please put down your hands. Those who are abstaining from the vote, councillors who are abstaining, kindly raise your hands. 0. Thank you, councillors. The numbers are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses is 135. Those that are against, the noes is 126. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on motion number 9, which is a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance. That's Councillor S. Whistler.
Thank you. I will now call the proposer of the motion, Councillor Taban.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm Councillor Tabane. I hereby stand to propose a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance, Councillor Sarah Wesley. The chairperson of the Oversight Committee on Governance, Councillor Sarah Wesley, failed in her duties as the chairperson to ensure that the committee conducts effective oversight on the performance of the executive, particularly the office of the executive mayor. In all the meetings of the committee, the chairperson frustrates councillors by stifling the debates and acts as a gatekeeper for the executive. It is therefore recommended that a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Oversight Committee on Governance, Councillor Salawisti, be passed by council. It is also recommended that upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the chairperson of Oversight Committee on Governance be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder of the motion, Councillor Molefe. Councillor Christians.
Kaliwa Speaker. Speaker, Kiema Mona Kili Molefe from the African National Congress.
Councillor Molefe, there's a hand. I will call you again. Kindly take your seat. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, once again, we need your ruling on this motion because it's unlawful. It's dated the 13th of October. Please give us your ruling on it.
Thank you, Councillor. The motion proceeds. Councillor Molefe, please second. Try to find another mic.
Kaliwa Speaker, Kile Councillor Molefe from the African National Congress. Ki tsietsa kopo ya ho hloka botshepehi ho Councillor Whistler.
Councillor Molefe, let me take the hand. You'll proceed. Please sit. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to inquire, according to Rule 72(4), let me just read it. After the point of order has been stated, and in this case it was point of order 94.1, the presiding officer may immediately make a ruling on the point of order or defer such ruling to a later time in the meeting or to the next ordinary meeting. So based on personal explanation, I'd like to find out, have you made a ruling, an illegal ruling, to carry on with this motion? And if so, based on Rule 72A, I would like to request that these rulings be referred to the Rules Committee. The point of order is on you, and also refer you to the Rules Committee because you breached Rule 66 and stifled Strike Krambani's right to speak in this council and represent residents and councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. The second of the motion, kindly proceed.
Ke a leboha, Speaker of Council, ke Councillor Mohaumulefe from the African National Congress. Ke tshehetsa kopo ya ho hloka botshepehi ho modulasetulo wa bolaodi governance, Councillor Whistler. Ke a leboha.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ran. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In opening, I wish to make it clear that we, as the DA, do not support this motion of no confidence in the Governance Chair, Councillor Sarah Whistler. A strong legislature is key for a government who delivers. And what we have done here today is a corrupt government driven by sheer power and greed. This is not about serving Johannesburg or holding the executive to account. This is merely the coalition of corruption focusing on positions, money, and power. The scheduling of these extraordinary meetings when we have council sitting for next week, the expense that the residents have had to incur for these, is unacceptable. It is not your money. It is the residents' money to go to service delivery. The Speaker has already spent her budget as Chair of Chairs and is now trying to spend the Speaker's budget as quickly as possible. It is a budget, not a target. Additionally, it needs to be pointed out, as mentioned by my colleague, that the motion against Councillor Whistler was only put in on the 13th of October, which is in breach of Section 94(1), as it didn't meet the 14 days prior required. The reasons noted in the motion for the removal of Councillor Whistler are refuted by us and is a thinly veiled attempt to make up reasons to may have her removed. The DA does not support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coverdale.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I be protected? I, Councillor, previously Commander Coverdale, rise on the motion brought forward against the Governance Portfolio Chairperson. Speaker, I am confounded that a motion against Councillor Whistler was even brought forward. During the period of Councillor Whistler as a chair, there has never been an instance whereby she has taken a wrong step. Since day one, she was impartial and put party politics aside to ensure proper oversight was completed so our residents can be served. From day one, she brought in all city departments in this portfolio to explain their roles in council so that all new councillors can familiarize themselves with the departments reporting to this portfolio to enable them to conduct oversight effectively. She has always acted fairly and allowed the committee to express their views. The governance chairperson has chaired over 5 ordinary meetings and oversight was completed with the courts. She also completed a successful strat session. In these meetings, the chairperson has continuously requested reports from all departments to be on time and correctly signed off. She also requested that the city manager's office provide reports on...
Councillor Coverdale, there's a hand. I believe it's a point of order. Please carry on, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I'm rising on the point of order to that man there, Councillor. Councillor, I said Councillor. Councillor. Yes, Councillor. Yes, Council. Yes, thank you.
Councillor, what is
Council,
your point of
yes.
order, please?
Can you kindly not cry because we don't hear you?
Councillor, what is your point of order?
He is crying.
Please
I
take
can't
your
hear
seat.
him.
Please take your
Can
seat.
you not cry, please? Thank you.
Councillor, take your seat. Councillor Coverdale, kindly proceed.
Remove the earring, you'll hear me. She requested that the city manager's office provide reports on the real mayor and the MMC's office. This motion threatens the stability of a functioning portfolio that was starting to hold its departments to account. Consequence management and for consequence management to be applied. Action SA strongly opposes this butternut motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tabani, can you kindly close the debate?
Oh, thanks, Speaker. Madam Speaker, the motion proposed is in line with the fundamental principles of good governance. We have to hold our executive to account. Therefore, the recommendations that this motion is carried through by Council stands. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask those that are in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands. The yeses, raise your hands. Legal can assist us. Thank you, councillors. You can put your hands down. You can put your hands down. Thank you. Councillors, those against the motion, the noes, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Please put down your hands. Councillors, thank you. Please put down your hands. Those that are abstaining from the vote, kindly raise your hands. None. Thank you. The numbers are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses, 135. Those that are against the motion, the noes, 125. Thank you. The motion is therefore carried.
We are now on motion 10, which is a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Housing Committee. Oh, Speaker.
Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising in terms of Rule 84. May I continue? Okay. Speaker, the motion that was just passed, the reason for us opposing it is because it was dated the 13th of October 2022, and that is not in line with the 14-day rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we proceed?
Motion 10 is a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Section 79 Housing Committee, Councillor A. Christians.
I will now ask the proposer, Councillor Mazibukwana, kindly table the motion.
Speaker, can I represent Councillor Mazibukwana? He's not around, and I'm a seconder. Sure.
It's allowed, he is.
Councillor
Mazibukwana, around the house. Can you proceed to table the motion, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Mazibuko, according to Rule 91(1), you are allowed to propose and to also second. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, I'm Councillor Bongani Lamini, serving in Section 79 housing. Whatever I'm going to say.
Councillor Mazibukwane, there's a hand. Kindly sit. Lamini.
Okay.
Councillor Lamini, sorry. Councillor, yes, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm actually very impressed that you managed to just quote a rule out of this rule book. And we are now adhering to a rule. I find it astonishing, for the sake of getting a motion passed in this House, we will do anything, no, not we. This House will do anything to get a motion passed. And
Councillor, what is your point of order?
I'm calling a point of order on you.
Yes,
you have
please
just
proceed.
quoted the rule. Please let me finish. You have just quoted the rule book and allowed someone to speak based on a rule. Several times, countless times, rules have been quoted. I'd like to please finish.
Councillor, finish. I don't know why you're pausing. Can you finish your point?
Several times.
Councillors, please allow the councillor to finish her point. Please finish.
I'm calling a point of order on you because several times this side of the House has called point of orders where illegal activity has taken place in this House, and you have completely... Hold on, I am speaking. You have countlessly ignored the rules that we have quoted. It is a slap in the face of these residents in this city to completely ignore the rules when it suits you, and to now acknowledge the rules as it suits you. This is a disgrace, and you as a speaker should be ashamed that you acknowledge the rules as and when it suits you.
Councillor Dlamini, let's proceed with the business of the House. Thank you very much. Councillor Dlamini, can you table the motion?
Shame on you.
Councillor Dlamini, can we proceed with the business of council? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. On behalf of ANC caucus, we are actually pushing the motion, the one that was tabled by the Secretary of Council. And therefore, I will start by greeting the Mayor of the City of Joburg, also greet MMCs. We do have MMCs in a current leadership, and therefore I will also greet officials of the City of Joburg, free at last officials, free at last. And therefore also greet the public at the public gallery, all those who have actually visited the sitting. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me.
Councillors, please. Councillors, the councillor has the right to greet. Can you please proceed with your motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mayers?
Speaker, you see, the Speaker says,
Sorry, Councillor
that
Mayers.
councillor there saying shut up, he must withdraw.
Councillor?
Immediately.
Councillor, that language I will not allow here. Refrain from you. Can you withdraw that shut up, please?
Okay. Speaker, the motion for the Chair of Housing Committee is coming at the right time, whereby we have already passed challenges of selecting a mayor, challenges of selecting MMCs, and for now, the process that we are facing for the position of chairperson, for this one, it can't actually be delayed for today.
Councillor, can you table the motion, please?
Yes, I'm there. No. I do have 10 minutes here. I do have 10 minutes here.
Councillor, can you sit down? There's a hand.
I'll go direct to that.
Councillor Dlamini?
Okay.
Please sit down. There's a hand. Yes, Councillor, proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The Councillor Dlamini just said that they've selected a mayor and selected a speaker. We don't select mayors and speakers in this House. It's elected.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Dlamini? Councillor Dlamini? Councillor Dlamini, can I please ask you to table the motion?
Okay.
We need to proceed.
The chairperson of Section 79 in housing, he actually treats the committee as if it's an extension of the caucus. And therefore, as it is, that is why we are pushing the motion. The chairperson also failed to lead the committee to conduct effective oversight on the person, on a personal on performance on the housing departments and JOSCO. And therefore, we request
Councillor, there is a hand. Can you please sit down? Councillor, yes, you can proceed.
Speaker, MMC Arnold, she's sleeping there. Can she be awake?
Councillor Dlamini, please proceed. Councillor Dlamini, kindly table the motion. Try the mic next to you, please.
Okay, sure. Speaker, as ANC, we request the council to pass the motion for the chairperson as a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Housing Committee. And after passing the motion against the chairperson, we request council to fill the position by considering Rule 24 of the standing rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to? Councillor Kheletsani? Councillor Kheletsani, the seconder has already proposed, so let's proceed to Councillor Kheletsani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the councillors in this House. Speaker, this House can be exciting at some times, but we need to carry on. I want to thank Councillor Christians, his knowledge in governance, his experience, his hands-on, and I also want to thank the Democratic Alliance for great governance that we can show from Cape Town. It is very unfortunate that we have to put a motion through for Councillor Christians. He's done very well in the department. Speaker, I need to speak. Can you please...
Councillors, can you give the councillor an opportunity to speak? Councillors, please. Councillors, can we have order? Allow the councillor to speak, please.
Speaker, also I must say that if we had councillors that were interested in attending our committees, we could have done very well. We could also done our stretch sessions. There was a lot in place for the DA to make sure that service delivery is seen across the city of Johannesburg, and unfortunately, through these motions, things will be reversed. And I'm very happy that the ANC has decided to retain Councillor Sifumba. They could have done this with all our councillors. Councillor Rapadi, you could have done very well and retain Councillor Nkomo, and you know very well that he's good at what he's doing. But unfortunately, because of politics and politicking, this is where we are. Speaker also wants to, speaking on this motion, I do not want to talk much about corruption that we all know, that we have all seen through the city of Johannesburg, including the crimes committed. What we have here today, unfortunately, is a government driven by power and greed. if fit for purpose was the deciding factor, we would not be here today. The expense that the residents will incur today for this unnecessary council sitting. This is straight out of the handbook of government focused on position, money, and power. This is not about saving Joburg or holding the executive to account. A strong legislature is key for a government who delivers. But again, Speaker, I want to say that we do not hate the ANC. We cannot hate the ANC. The ANC is a political party, and we respect that. The ANC has been here too long, and we all know that. And I think through your Speaker, Councillor Morero, we will be back to that side very soon. And we will then ask you to vote with the DA, because the DA know how to get things right. Therefore, we do not support this motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dlamini, kindly close the debate for us. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker, the motion still stands. There is nothing much has been actually being debated. The only thing that we are requesting is that the council consider the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now proceed to ask those that are in favor, the yeses, to please raise your hands quietly. Legal, if you can assist with the counting.
We can't see Arnold's hand.
Mabaso, phakamisa isandla Mabaso. Ene kunenye ibhodo lapha ehighway, nongaphakamisa isandla soyisusa.
Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Those that are against the motion, the noes, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands. Those that are abstaining from the vote, councillors, please put down your hands at the back. Thank you. Please put down your hands. Thank you. Those that are abstaining, councillors that are abstaining from the vote, none. Thank you. The numbers are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, the yeses, 135. Those that are against the motion, the noes, 126. The motion is therefore carried.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Speaker, please recognize me. Yeah. Yeah. The side.
Yeah, Councillor Harris, please proceed.
Thank you so much. If we were in a circus, we would have had a break now for popcorn and sweets. Please give us water at least. Thank you.
Can we have water circulated to councillors? Thank you. Acting Secretary, can proceed.
We are on motion 11, which is the vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, Councillor S. Maila.
I will now call upon the proposer of the motion, Councillor Marumo. Councillor Marumo, thank you.
Greetings to the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Murero, the MMCs, councillors and fellow Joburgers, not forgetting the ever-dreaming tutorial mayor. Madam Speaker, I, Councillor Teboho Marumo, rise before this August Council on motion 11. The chairperson of public safety is not a perfect person, but he tries, shame. The ANC and other progressive political parties in the chamber does not believe in purging capable people. We are tired of winning. I therefore withdraw the motion against Councillor Maila.
Greetings and salutations.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors.
Greetings and salutations.
Motion 11 has been withdrawn. Motion 11 has been withdrawn. We now proceed to motion 12. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we are on our last motion, which is motion 12. The vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Transport Committee, Councillor W. Alexander.
I will now call upon the proposer of motion 12, Councillor Twala.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Twala, kindly take note that in terms of Chapter 7 and in particular Rules 89 and 94 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, the proposer and seconder hereby submit the following motion. The background: the chairperson of the Transport Committee, Councillor W. Alexander, has failed to ensure that the committee effectively holds the executive accountable for the performance of the department and its entities. The chairperson of Transport Committee, Councillor Alexander, have failed to provide leadership and to show the smooth running of the committee. It is therefore recommended that a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Transport Committee, W. Alexander, be passed by Council. to that upon passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the Chairperson of Transport Committee be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is the motion agreed to? I will now call the seconder, Councillor, Mhlari.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Tebogo Masha Mhlari, rise to second the motion of a vote of no confidence against the Chairperson of Transport Committee, Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christian.
Thank you. For the record, it's Councillor Crichton. Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. What we have here today has nothing to do with the competence of the current chairperson of the Transport Section 79 Committee, Councillor Wendy Alexander, but is just a corrupt cabal driven by power and greed, looking to find another position to accommodate one of their cadres. If it is fit, if fit for purpose was a deciding factor, we would not be here today debating this senseless motion. The expense that the residents will incur today for this unnecessary council sitting to debate this frivolous motion is nothing short of scandalous. One has to ask, why the haste when we have a scheduled sitting for next week? This is straight out of the handbook of a government that is focused on positions, money and power. This is certainly not about serving the residents of Johannesburg or holding the current executive to account. A strong legislature is key for a government who delivers, and Councillor Alexander was well on her way to ensuring that this occurred within the transport portfolio. As the Democratic Alliance, we do not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. May I ask Councillor Twala to close the debate?
I'm requesting the council to approve the motion so that the disadvantaged community can enjoy the real service delivery.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now ask those that are in favor of the motion, the yeses, kindly raise your hands quietly. Legal, if you can assist us.
Raise your hand, Mabaso. Raise your hand, Mabaso. MMC position is coming. Raise your hand.
Arnold, you can't see your hand.
Uzothi yini uzongibona ngibheke kanje Arnold.
Takama, raise your hand.
Arnold, put your phone down. Arnold, put your phone down.
Raise your hand, Ginger. Ginger, raise your hand.
Councillor Arnold, we are raising our hands, not our feet. You can't spread your feet like that to the mayor. That is wrong.
Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you.
Arnold.
Councillors, can we kindly ask you to remain on your seats? Because some of the numbers they're getting, they are not corresponding. So we're going to count again. Remain on your seats. All the yeses, kindly remain on your seats and raise your hands so legal can verify the numbers. Thank you. Councillors, I've just asked that you remain on your seats. Councillor Dame, I have asked that you please take your seats. Can all councillors sit down? Allow legal to count. Just sit down quietly and raise your hands. Councillors, can you be quiet, please? Keep quiet, please, councillor. Councillors, kindly keep quiet. Allow voting to happen. We are not going to take hands in the middle of voting. Legal is counting hands. Please let them count hands. Thank you, councillors. You can now drop your hands.
Speaker, you forget to calculate that hand. There's additional hand there, Speaker.
All those
I
against
understand
the
why we
noes,
recounted,
kindly raise your
Speaker,
hands.
because the people are voting
those-
while they're outside, coming out.
The noes, kindly raise your hands.
Speaker,
We are not taking
Speaker,
any-
on a point
any
of
speakers
order.
who are voting. Kindly raise your hands.
Okay,
if you're a
fine.
no.
All
Thank
right.
you. Councillors, remain in your seats and raise your hands. Thank you.
Dula fatshe.
Hey, Takama, these people are making a Popeye them. How old are you, Takama?
Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Any councillors that are abstaining from the vote, kindly raise your hands. Those that are abstaining from the vote? None. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The numbers are as follows. Those that are in favor of the motion, the yeses, 133. Those that are against the motion, the noes, 126. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we understand that the prerogative for recount is yours based on what you've got there. But just for transparency, can you tell us what was the discrepancy that you asked for a recount, please?
Can you give me that?
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor, can you hold on? I'm addressing Councillor Christian's question. Raise your hand, I'll come to you. Thank you. Legal has confirmed the discrepancy was on row G. One of the legal officials was saying 26, one had 27 because some councillors had moved out. That's why we had to recount. Thank you. Councillor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually glad legal gave that explanation because just for your social media team that sits up in the gallery and tweets very biased tweets, I'd like to help them along with this picture to tweet to them.
What is the point of order,
I'm calling
Councillor?
a point of order on everybody up there. What has just happened? What has just happened? We have been told a lie that somebody in row G counted 27 and somebody counted 26, when in fact we all saw, and luckily this meeting's being recorded, what we did see was 5 people from that side coming back into the chambers, and that did not work in your favor, and therefore you requested for a recount.
Thank you, Councillor.
Nobody requested
Can we
a
proceed
recount.
with the meeting?
You need to be impartial and unbiased in this house.
Councillors.
You continue to show your bias towards that side of the
Councillors,
house,
can
and
we
that
proceed with
speaker
the
needs to
meeting?
stop.
Secretary to Council?
Are we moving those items?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillors, back to the agenda. We are moving to item 5, which is the recommendations to council. And we were on item 2, which is the motivation that council recover or certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure for September 2022.
Councillor Arnold, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the executive would ask that item, or am I jumping the gun? That item 3 be deferred to tomorrow's council meeting.
So you're asking for item 3 to be deferred. Can I put that to the councillors? Do you agree that it be deferred?
No! No! No!
Thank you. We'll defer item 3 to tomorrow's council. We are now on item 2. Thank you. You want to vote on item 3? That's perfect. Can we then, that's fine, let's vote on it. Councillors, can we raise your hands if you want the item to be deferred to tomorrow, please? Thank you. Legal, can you assist us?
Please get the count right this time.
Speaker, Speaker, what's happening? I've been sleeping. What are we voting for?
That item 3 is deferred to tomorrow.
Huh?
Councillors, please. Councillors, please. Councillor Ngobeni, please take your seat. We are voting on item 3 to be deferred to tomorrow. Please take your seat. We're in the middle of voting. Thanks.
Since when we are voting on items to be deferred, Speaker?
Speaker, where is Ashley Saw the last? Emmanuel Dagama.
Thank you, councillors. You can put down the hands. Those that are opposed to deferring the item, kindly raise your hands.
Points of order. Points of order.
The hands are at the back there.
Points of order.
Legal, can you kindly count those hands?
Points of order, please, Speaker.
Councillors, 131 councillors want the item to be deferred. Do we have anyone who is abstaining from this? There's one abstention. We've noted that. Thank you so much. I can't take a point of order in the middle of voting. Your councillor asked for voting. We voted on it. 131 yeses voted in favor and 0 noes, 1 abstention. Thank you, councillors. The item has been deferred
Speaker,
to tomorrow.
can I
We
make
can
point of
proceed
order,
to
please?
item 2. Thank you.
Point of order.
Item 2, where are you, Mr.
Oh, the item was already read into the record.
Speaker.
I'm just looking at the speaker.
Where is this item?
The speakers. Who's raising a point of order while I look at the speakers? Councillor Knott?
Sit down. Item number 1.
This game with the microphones is getting old. Speaker, just for the record, please, we do not vote on items of the executive to be deferred. We just like that put into the record. Can you let me finish, please?
Councillor Knott, please proceed. You are addressing me. Thank
Yes.
you.
I would like to, unfortunately, we have psychics in the audience who assume they know what I'm going to say, so I was allowing them the space. Speaker, for the record.
Councillor Knott, you cannot call other councillors psychics. Councillor Knott,
okay.
please proceed and
Okay.
address me.
Thanks, Speaker. We'll agree to disagree, but thank you. For the record.
Councillor Knott, please proceed. She's on a point of order. Can
Thank
she
you.
finish?
For the record, Speaker, it's the executive's prerogative whether or not to defer an item. We do not vote on that. It sets a very dangerous precedent. But secondly, the executive themselves tabled this as an urgency item today. So it is very strange that they are feeling the need to defer it as in it's not urgent. So if we can please stop the precedents that we are setting in this House right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knott. I think the precedence was also set by yourself in withdrawing urgent items, and it's not prohibited to vote on any item. Thank you very much. Let's proceed with item 2. Councillor Mbengwa, can you table item 2 for us?
Hey,
Councillor Mbengwa.
I'm talking, comrades.
Councillor Rasiruta.
Galebo Speaker, as economic freedom fighters, we are requesting for a 5 minutes caucus break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rasiruta. The 5 minutes caucus break is granted. Thank you. Councillor Rasirute, you asked for the caucus. Thanks. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the economic freedom fighters, we are back and we are fine. The meeting can continue. We are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbengwa.
Speaker, it looks like the councillor is not yet settled. Can I continue in this Damascus of people in the other side?
Please continue. Thank you.
Okay. Can I be protected, Speaker?
Councillors, please, Councillor Mbengwa is making his presentation. Can I ask you to be quiet? If you're walking in quietly. Thank you.
Speaker, I rise in the shoes of the chairperson of MPEC. Speaker,
Councillor Mbengwa,
I'm
please
rising
just
here
proceed.
to table the report as per item number 2. Allow me to greet the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Councillor Ntate wa Rona, Dada Murero, who is a legit elected mayor of the city of Johannesburg. Let me also extend my greetings to Councillor Mme Louisa Palazzi. We are here, I'm here, standing here, Madam Speaker. I rise to table the motion by the Section 79 Municipality Public Accounts Committee for Council to certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. According to the Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA, a municipality must recover unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless, and wasteful expenditure from the person liable for the expenditure unless the expenditure, after investigation by a council committee, it's certified that the council is irrecoverable and written off by the council. Further, according to Regulation 74, subsection 1D of the municipal budget and the reporting regulation of 2009, once a council committee has investigated the recoverability of the UIFW expenditure, the committee must submit a motivation to council explaining its recommendation regarding the recoverability of the expenditure. Madam Speaker, noting these pieces of legislation, on the 18th of August and on the 14th of September 2022, the MPEC committee agreed to recommend to council that the UIFW expenditures be certified as irrecoverable and written off. This expenditure cover the following entities: City Power, Pick It Up, and Metro Bus. The expenditures range from 2014 to 2015 to 2019 and 2020 financial years. Madam Speaker, while the committee recommended this write-off, it remains deeply concerned that the consequence management implemented by senior management have not helped to minimize or reduce previously reported similar non-compliance as significant proportion of these UIFWs are of repeating non-compliance, especially improper use or abuse of MFMA and Supply Chain Management Regulation Act 36. Speaker of Council. Speaker, the Council should expect an increase in the UIFW expenditure figures as a result of material control deficiencies in procurement and contract management. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Council certify as irrecoverable and write off the expenditure as listed in the report and its annexures. I was standing in for the chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Nontenjo.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Khantu.
Speaker, I've been a councillor now for almost a year, and I've had to repeatedly correct the issue of the pronunciation of my surname. It's Ganjo, not Hanjo, please. Let's correct that one. I'm very surprised by the address now of the acting impact chairperson now. I thought we had an agreement. Clearly there's no honor here in the council, but to make things short and sweet, I will withdraw my speech. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sierrani.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to you, Speaker, and to our EFF party leader, Vitas Petlele Rasuruti. Fellow councillors in the chamber, receive my revolutionary greetings. Speaker, firstly, let me congratulate the EFF in Ward 11 in Mpumalanga for winning our award there. Speaker, we are ready, in fact, for 2024. But going back to the item, Speaker, we as EFF, we subscribe to our pillar number 7 of open, accountable, corrupt-free society without fear of victimization by the state agencies. Speaker, the write-off of billions of rands are recommended to cancel despite the legislation recommending recovery as a first way of correcting unauthorized UIFs. Instead, we will call for consequences management of and recovery of UIFs as the only solution. Speaker, if we are not, we oftenly see wrongdoers resigning in municipality after being found guilty of financial misconduct, moving to another municipality, and this must come to an end. The EFF will never write off any UIFs moving forward. Because majority of these companies who are doing this, Speaker, they are still doing business with the city. So we therefore are going to put a motion of blacklisting all those companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbingwa.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to extend my greetings to the Mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Majoro, Mumeyara, Ubodada, Morero, Ubonangiwaho, Ramurayo. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress wants to bring you into attention that the city of Johannesburg is ranked on the top 2 of all these UIFWs. And this is not what we want in this capable administration. So thank that the new sheriff is in town, and all these shenanigans that has been happening will be things of the past. Allow me to bring to your attention again Madam Speaker, and the Council that the UIFWs that the MPEC is sitting on is counted at over 21 billion, which is a very worrisome numbers. Madam Speaker, the committee have been sitting every week, sometimes twice in a week, and try to reduce the UIFWE's backlog. We have interrogated the reports and hold the officials accountable. These reports have been properly scrutinized, Madam Speaker. Hence, out of over 50 reports, we have received a committee only 11 was agreed with for the write-offs. The rest we have sent them back for senior management to ensure punitive consequences management and implemented to those that have violated it. As much as we are recommending these write-offs, Madam Speaker, we want to send a clear message from the African National Congress and to those who are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that the funds, Madam Speaker, that the funds are spent effectively and efficiently, that they accountably and the consequences management.
Councillor Mbengwa, please take your seat. There's a hand. Yes, please proceed, Councillor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, the duly elected Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. I just want to raise a point of order on Councillor Mbengwa. He must please, he's just told us this new administration, and as the African National Congress, I want to remind him from the African National Congress to the African National Congress, looking at the dates of that report. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mbengwa, can you close the debate?
Madam Speaker, we must accommodate other language. Adem. So, as much as we are recommending this write-off, we want to send a clear message to those who are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that the funds are spent effectively and efficiently, that the accountability and the consequences management must follow with to those who are out of order. And in that point, Madam Speaker, I recommend that the suggested write-off be written off.
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendations are on page 2.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, Councillor. The item has been agreed to. Therefore, it passes. Thanks. Yeah. To the announcement.
Councillors, we are now on the last item, which is announcement and closure.
I wish to thank you for your contributions today. Announcement number 1, Councillor Mpefo lost an iPhone charger. Please, if anybody has found it, could you kindly take it to protocol? He has lost an iPhone charger. The motion of the Chief Whip has passed and is a Schedule 3, and therefore the election will be carried out tomorrow in tomorrow's council. We shall proceed with the meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you, councillors. Have a blessed evening.
Madam Chair.
This is your duly elected Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I'll go around here.